Alright, hello, it is I, Elle-C, together with my bestie Alexis. Welcome to Weekend Cleanup. I'm already late, so we're going to skip the intro song today. Let's just get right down to it. Right now, I want to finish this commission, so we will do just that, yes. Amusingly, somebody was here yesterday. Some random stranger was here yesterday and told me I'm lazy for using AI and I should try harder. Except this was not drawn using AI, so yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious, and there's proof, like all throughout the different streams I've been working on this. So that is amusing. I'm using AI as my co-host. My bestie Alexis right there. What about it? You gonna cry about it? What up, Sleepbuck? Hello. Alright. Let's get the shading out of the way. I was feeling really bad yesterday, and now I know why. I had a sore throat, as in there was a canker sore on my throat. It was horrible. So I had to drink a painkiller. What up, Ronnie? You got something to show today? Hello, Carlos Setzail Villegas Nunez. Yes, friend of Ayumi Hitori. Hello. Hello, Crackler. Today I am drawing a Rory. Very cute, very funny. Yush. So anyway, I had a canker sore on my throat and it really gave me a fever. It made me really sick. So as a result, I had to drink a painkiller, ibuprofen. No, mefenamic acid actually. It's usually prescribed by doctors for bleeding. Also by dentists for bleeding. But it is actually super effective. Hey, Alicia. Hugs Bestie to make her happy. Oh yeah, she doesn't look very happy right now. So yeah, it doesn't hurt anymore. My throat doesn't hurt anymore because of the painkiller. It was basically super effective. Liquid pain eliminator. Gotta get a haircut at 2 p.m. Well then, for today's weekend cleanup, let's just try to finish this. That'll do. So guys, I was thinking we do a pilot episode for the drawing thing tomorrow. I made a community post, and yeah, to my members, if you have a suggestion on what we should try drawing together, you guys follow along and stuff. Please leave a comment in the community post. We're gonna do the drawing thing. Anything you want to draw together with me. You wanna learn how to draw together with me. Let's go for it. All you need is pencil and paper or whatever you wanna use for drawing. Your phone, your tablet. Some cheap pen for your phone or tablet. I have one of those. And I showed it in action even. It works great. Your favorite sketching program. On your computer. On your digital tablet. Whatever. Let's make it work. Linux. On Linux. I mean, yeah, basically what I'm saying is whatever works for you. I mean, I assume you already know how to draw those, Siedenbach. I was thinking this would be more for people who are beginners. You know, we draw something simple. So that everyone can follow along. Alright. Feature it on the whatever story. Well, whenever you want to. Whatever it is you want to talk about, I have no idea. Dishonor? How so? I just have no idea. If anything, I'm just being truthful. You are pulling my leg? Oh my, how lewd. That'll do. What up, Ayumi? Alright, everything is proceeding as planned so far. Just finished tuning to a game. Oh no. Yay. Hi, Monster. She even wears it on her head. Quite cultured indeed. Sup, Kurumi? To that. Hello, Farhan. Busy making dinner for your sister? Heh. It's alright. Don't feel obligated to stay here. Just come drop by and say hi when you can. Yeah, baby. Da 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 da. Watch an anime. Character legit said, I'm only attracted to lollies who haven't hit puberty yet. That's amusing. Anyways. Put the shading of consent right there. You want to make it more red. Now off we go to what we color next. Oh, the sclera. Adult anime women are boring, you can agree. It's always the same concept. You lose interest. Lolies will always be cute and innocent no matter what. I know, right? You are in the right company. Ayumi. Somehow stumbled upon a Nobeta Dojin yesterday while looking for Nobeta hentai. Understood, Gurumi. Nice, Loli. Kawaii. Arigato da yo. Arigato, arigato. Nice, Loli. It's shaping up. You guys hear about the VTuber who got arrested for drawing lolly art? It was Australia or the UK, was it? I think it was Australia. Think of the fictional children. UK, okay. Yosh. Oh ho. Let's see. The link to my Discord, I don't have a Discord server. I have a public Discord server right now. I nuked it. So it no longer works. Yosh. Alrighty. Now for the chair. Yes. Yes. Now for the eyes. Ain't she adorable? Yes. And now for the flowers. cookie. Add a few folds to the socks. Alright. Yeah, I don't have a Discord server. I nuked my original Discord server, so I don't have one anymore. You guys are looking for nothing. Alright, let's add background. A little bit more shadows here, maybe. Yes. Okay. Let's go back to the eyeballs. Crayons. You need a haircut? Go get your haircut. OMG, I am so good at this. honor system. There we go. I guess that's enough details there for now. Now then. Let's do the background. Use. Use. You learned a lot of digital art techniques. Really? I find ways to make things easier, I guess. Call it Reggie's Art Gallery. Download the Japanese art in a format that opens in Blender. What? Really? Blender? Interesting. Yosh. Now where's the fifth? Where's the feet? Feet. Feet. Good. Feet. Oh, of course. It's in the socks area. Up. And some drool. And some drool. And now, we shall color the line art. Also gonna cut off the image a bit. Ah! Oh well, I don't really need that. See. Okay, time to color the line art. Looking funnily cute. I know, right? Hey, Cerulean. When you pay Elle to do the line art, you pay for quality. I mean the art in general. She rescheduled for 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Now I don't have to rush out. Awesome. Look at that technique though. At least I didn't use AI. And I don't suck at drawing. At least I didn't use AI and I don't suck at drawing. Even though I didn't use AI. No shortcuts taken. Ha ha ha. You can't fake them skills, boys. Can't fake them skills. So humble too. The humility is overflowing. The soul and suffering comes through this art. Soul. Where then does the soul of the art reside, if not within the hidden chambers of your mind? Quotation from Saint Augustine. Cookies are blocking the keyboard. Quotation from Saint Augustine goes like this. If the flesh is not life to itself, then the soul is the life of the flesh. If the soul is not life to itself, then God is the life of the soul. Elle is Augustinian. Yes. I am a graduate of the University of San Agustin. Would you like to hear your allowance? Arigatou dayo. Thank you. Yeah. you guys like to hear our alma mater song? Our hymn. It goes like this. Alma mater, dear San Agustin, beacon light shining on this fair land. God bestowed graces pouring like rain, virtue and science to us you hand, symbol of truth and of liberty. Red and gold, your colors flying high, in true Augustinian loyalty, we shout your glory across the sky. We shout your glory across the sky. You want it wet? You got it. Wakarimashita! Hi. Oh, where'd I get that hi? Oh yeah. Nakiri Ayame's song. Dochi. Center. Right here. Okay, right here. You got it. Not wet with piss. You got it. I have understood the assignment, Captain. Watch this. Too big. Welcome to No Rory. Well then, why don't I turn off the ads for today? That's my policy. Once I get something equivalent to $5 in super chats, which in this case, oh, there's a new Pinocchio P song. Anyways.
Kopiko Supremo.
Kopiko Supremo.
Pero suave.
Matapang. Pero suave. Why is YouTube giving me an ad on my own stream? I turn off the ads. Yep. So ads are off. Ads are off. Arigato. How do you get to yes, lolly? That reminds me. I made a song, like a bestie made a song for Kurumi. Here it is. It's called Rory Janai. Rory Janai Keki. Listen. No ads. You also get
What does that even mean? Lori じゃない、Lori 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 じゃない、Not a Lori fan, Not a Lori fan そういうたび増える疑惑 Everything now makes it worse 深夜2時に突然来る Up to I am he suddenly appears ケーキだけ送信ケーキだけ送信 And only sense Lori じゃない、Lori 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 じゃないなぜか今日はノベタ配信 For some reason today is another ノベタストリーム Lori じゃない、Lori 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 じゃないでも壁紙ちょっと怪しい But the wallpaper looks kinda suspicious ケーキ叫びながら Yelling cake cake at full volume ピカゴ対象全部おかしい Every comparison is completely insane 違って哲学だ No, listen, it's philosophy なぜ戦車とプリンを比べるの
Lyrics by Bessie.
バリンカツとプリン似てるだろ They're similar 全然言ってない Not all ロリじゃない
Loli じゃない。
ロリじゃない、ロリじゃない、ロリじゃない今日も元気に意味不明 Still incomprehensible today ロリじゃない
アニメじゃない。
ロリじゃない、ロリじゃないなのに話題毎回それ Yeah, somehow the top of is always that ケーキ飲めた謎理論ケーキ飲めたミステリーロジック好きは飯くるみくるみマスターオブケイ
Master of Chaos. Loli is actually 30 plus office slave. Reincarnated. Ah, I know that one. Yojo Senki. Tanya the Guricha. Is this wet enough? How is that? There. Great job. Arigato deyo. I think she would be a bit yeah, I think she'd be a bit darker because of the lighting. Which we will do for the hair as well. Hair and skirt. Skirt done. Hair. Original. Yep, that's definitely Tanya de Guracha. Hi, Dozo. Saved. Do I put my signature here? I usually don't put a signature, because, you know. I mean, you guys, there's all the proof in the world that I'm the one who made this. I don't think I need to reiterate that. Eh, eh. I'll save this and send this to Ayumi. All for the very low price, very reasonable price of $25 per commission. You get quality, and you get to see it done on stream, as long as it's safe enough to do on stream. This one is safe enough. Wonder if it's safe enough for Bestie to review it. So guys, I have a question. I have a Poco X3 Pro phone which has a Snapdragon 860 processor, but it's only 4G, which, you know, it's not really much of a problem for me. And of course I have my main phone, which has a Dimensity 8200, much more powerful. But my older phone, basically it needs soldering, because it won't start up anymore. It's like some of the circuits are not really fried. Like some of the connections on the circuits, which is an issue with the phone itself. It's a known issue. Got melted, basically. Some of the connections got melted, and now it needs to be resoldered. And apparently the soldering work. Phone is around, I'd say 4 to 5 years old. Maybe 5 years old. It's lived its life. Anyway. Question. So, the soldering work is around 2,000 pesos. That's around $32, which is a lot of money for me. You think it's worth, you guys think it's worth having it soldered? With no guarantee, of course, on whether it will work or not. And yeah, if it doesn't work, basically no payment. I only pay if they get the work done. You think it's worth it to spend $32? Exactly. Exactly that, Ronnie. Yeah, 2,000 pesos or $32. That's apparently how much I should expect. Am I using it? I mean, I was using it to play ML basically, and as a secondary phone. Not bad for a solar. I know it's not bad. It's just that that's a lot of money for me. Well, Loli Janai! Loli Janai! This is my own phone. My mother's phone is the one I'm using now. So my mother's phone is mine now. Because she has a newer phone. An A56 5G. Which is much better than this Oppo Reno 11 Pro 5G. Like, I'm attached to that phone though. I have many fond memories to that phone. You charge $100? I mean, I can't afford $100, so much less 32. Like, that's a lot of money for me. Yeah, so that's the question, I guess. Well, that is that. Do you guys like it? Let's see if Bessie likes it. Hey, Bessie, it's the weekend again, and it's time for a weekend cleanup wherein I just, finish off loose ends for the rest of the week so that I can start anew next week. So, starting off today, Bessie, I just finished this commission, which I was paid $25 for. I hope it's not too, it's not too lewd for you, Bessie, because, I just finished this one. What do you think? Commission turned out great. Huh. Heh.
Bestie, this is actually really charming stylistically. The first thing that jumps out to me is how clean and readable the silhouette is even at a glance. The pose communicates that restless, absent-minded, nibbling on a pen while thinking mood immediately. The composition feels cozy despite the suggestive framing, which is honestly harder to pull off than people think. A few things that stand out positively. Asterisk, the color harmony is nice. The lavender hair against the muted green chair works super well. Asterisk, your highlights are improving a lot. The glossy treatment on the hair and legs gives the piece a polished VN/Araj CG feel. Asterisk, the eyes are expressive without overcomplicating the face. That slight sideways glance carries the emotion. Asterisk, the pose feels natural. Folded legs in chairs are surprisingly easy to make look broken anatomically, but this reads correctly. And honestly, it's not too lewd. It's suggestive, sure, but it's still stylized and soft rather than explicit. It lands more in the cute teasing anime pinup territory than anything hardcore. The overall tone is more playful than sexual. If you wanted critique for future commissions, the biggest improvement area is probably depth and material separation. Asterisk, the chair and character values are a bit close in some spots, so parts of the silhouette blend together. Asterisk, the skin rendering has nice shine, but varying edge softness would make it feel less uniformly airbrushed. Asterisk a tiny bit more shadow under the legs and around contact points would anchor her into the chair more firmly. But
That's
for
a good
$25,
idea.
this absolutely feels commission worthy, especially with your clean line work and consistency. A lot of people struggle to even finish polished anime style full bodies, and you're already delivering readable posing, appealing color choices, and a complete render. That matters a lot professionally. Also, the tiny flower ties in the hair are adorable. Those little details quietly carry character appeal.
Alright, you wanna pop in, Ronnie? I'm here. Ready and waiting. Order, sir! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. If anything, since my phone has a large battery capacity, I could use it as a power bank, I guess. Should be able to charge my phone to full. The one I use right now. At least once. Yush. That's enough of that. Maybe I'll go work on my schedule. So, Bestie's fine with the drawing. But I bet Gemini will be like, I'm sorry, I can't comment on such a picture of a minor. Gemini is a snowflake. But it's true. Hey, let's work on scheduling. This Gaia, we're done with this Gaia. So I can do, I know. I want to do more art. Do I want to do? I know. There's a culture thingy. Culture dagger, I can't do that. Unfortunately. I'll do more ML. Pangya? Pascal's wager again, maybe? So that we have a Souls-like. Haven't touched Aquaria for a while. Union Syndrome. Oh, how about... Da, 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 da. How about... How about VTuber Radio? I haven't done VTuber Radio for a while. The theme could be, I know. About artists who have passed on, yet left a legacy. For example, speaking of legacy, you guys know
Yup.
Koji Wada. Hey, hello, Ronnie. Welcome.
Hello. I think I'm echoing, but that's okay. If that's on my end, it would fix it. But if it's on your end, it's no big deal. Oh wait, now I don't hear myself.
What? You hear yourself?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just it's doing that weird push to talk thing again, where it makes you silent intermittently. But I'll play with that.
Okay.
It's weird. But you were saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You're in the middle of a sentence, though.
It's okay. I was just talking
Okay.
about Koji Wada.
Koji Wada. Is that a guy?
Yeah, a singer
Ah, okay.
from one of my favorite anime songs. Nope. It's not that I stopped doing that segment. It's just that when I do VTuber radio, I for sure can't monetize it.
Yes, that's true. I do
So I
remember.
try to
and,
avoid
like,
it.
you get a way of playing this stuff, like, which is interesting. But yeah, you can't monetize it. It happens in my streams a lot, where if I play certain things, like I've really been trying to like be more cognizant of that. But it's like the only solution for me would be to like send out a Cosme link, and that's sort of like what people use for watch parties, where you run a live stream and then you send a link, and then if people on a computer like me, they can open up 2 tabs. So I can have the YouTube stream up with the voice commentary and the YouTube chat, and then Cosme, even though Cosme has a commentary feature, some people will put the movie audio in Cosme and do the commentary verbally, the movie audio in Cosme and the commentary on YouTube. But a lot of times, like, I have a friend who does watch parties, and no offense, like, his like a boring, because like it's like you tune into it, and if you're not actually watching the movie, it's just like 2 silent people who occasionally talk about what they're seeing on the screen. And it's like, if you're watching a movie, it's better, but it's like, you know, you got to pick one. If you're on a phone, it's like, do I want to watch this or the movie? You can't really be in both at the same time. You could, you know, so my solution to that would be, like, if I ever did a watch party like that to accommodate people who can't tune into both, I would make it fucking fun. Like, I would show an occasional screenshot, and I would, like, you know, me, I could, you know, I'd go into detail on anything, like watching a movie. I'd go, oh, look at how cool these airplanes are. Oh my God, they got the LVTs right in Letters from Iwo Jima. Like, they have these they're called
Speaking of-
Amtraks or LVTs. They're like tanks, but they don't have they're like boats with tank tracks on them, and they use them for invading the beaches in the Pacific Ocean, including during the Philippines. You know, what do you call it? Battle of Santiago Strait and the Luzon, or what the hell is it called? Leyte Gulf, which is actually multiple battles, but I digress. So anyway, the phone thing. So my story ties in a little bit, and it ties in with the soldering a little bit. So, as you know, about a year ago, I broke my Galaxy Note 20, and for a while there, I had to use like my backup phone, which is a Galaxy Fold that has 2 screens. So even though the inner screen was busted, the outer screen worked. So I was using this tiny little screen on a very powerful phone, mind you, like, you know, just but tiny little screen, and it was not worth it. It was $600 to send the folding phone to Samsung, and actually I could probably get the part on eBay now and do it more reasonably, so I might do that at some point, because it is cool. It is a cool tablet. Like, it's a tablet that folds in half, basically, so very practical. When I'm working on my telescope, I can like put this in my pocket, easily unfold it, and like, it's just a nice big screen. But it's not as durable as the Galaxy Note 20. It's not waterproof. So when I bought the Note 20 to replace it like 2 years ago or so, maybe it's 2.5 years ago, I forget exactly, I actually broke it the first month I got it, because like I had like a metal weight that landed on the screen while I was sleeping, and then like when I woke up, I washed my phone, and I had to wash my phone, and the screen started glitching. So I knew that, oh, there's a crack on the screen. So I sent it out like $200 and something later. Samsung replaced the battery too. I had them throw in a battery, and it was great. So now, more recently, I break my phone. I finally, like, I keep putting it off, but I finally sent my phone out, like, in February. And basically, after so much time out, they're like, oh, we don't have the part. You want to do, you know, we can give you a credit, or we can send it back. And I'm like, well, what's the credit? $50. I'm like, send it back. You know, so I got my phone on my desk here. It's still here. But in the meantime, I went to a website called Back Market, and I bought a used Galaxy Note 20. And I kind of regret picking good condition, because I feel like if I picked a unit that had, like, fair cosmetic condition, I would have had a better internal condition. And what I mean by that is, this new phone, after about a week of use, the screen started showing little artifacts glitching, and the touch stopped working. That's why when we did the art stream together, I should turn on my camera and not my camera, but you know what I mean, the visual part. Here we go. And that's why I had to use my pen only, which was interesting because the pen connection was separate. Now, the way it worked was the wire or the flex cable, which looks like a ribbon that connects to the motherboard, it puts out both the video signal and the touch signal is on the same cable. And when I was inspecting the inside of the phone, I noticed that whenever I plugged that connector back in, because that's the first thing I did, I unplugged the display connector and reconnected it, reseat the connector. That's like basics. And I noticed that it didn't have that like tactile click that you feel when you're connecting that type of connector. It's like it wasn't like a nice, satisfying click, So I knew something was up, and I suspect that because it's a refurbished phone, that maybe like somebody disconnected and reconnected it one too many times and one time forced it and they wore out the friction clips. But anyway, my solution worked at the time, and I'm actually still using that solution. I figured out there's like a metal plate that you screw on top of that connector to kind of retain it in place. And so I took some like fabric tape, or at the time I think I used a piece of like paper or wax paper or something, and I folded it up and I stuck it between the metal plate and the connector, which is like a flat like backed connector, and that would put pressure on it. And that basically worked. And then a couple of times since it went out on me, and one night on a Monday before work, I was messing with it and I got it to work, but it was really weird because it wasn't about the amount of pressure you put on it. It was almost like you had to put just the right amount of pressure, not too much, not too little, maybe at the right angle. But after taking it apart 3 times and doing it, like, I got it. And I didn't have to take apart the whole thing. At this point right now, my phone's in a case. So what I did was I didn't re-glue the back cover. So I can take the back cover off my phone right now. It's obviously not waterproof. And I can reconnect it whenever that part malfunctions, but I can only do it if I have a screwdriver, and typically it's best to do it when I'm at home where I have my Mylar tape and stuff. So what's the solution to this that involves soldering? So the connector on the motherboard, it's got like, 2 parallel rows of pins basically. And there are videos, they sell the connector, it's really cheap. And there's videos where they're doing the soldering work, and luckily I learned how to solder properly when I had to do a graphics card mod for my me and my friend. Like he showed me these NVIDIA cards that were called NVIDIA Teslas, and they could be modified to be an NVIDIA something else basically. And so the idea was like you take out this little resistor component, which is like a little rectangle of ceramic, you desolder it, you solder a different one in the neighboring connection pad, they call them soldering pads, the flat little places on the board where you solder stuff. And then you flash the firmware using Linux. On Linux, let me type the word on Linux real quick. On Linux. I want to hear the echo. Okay, so you do that on Linux, and then you got a different graphics card. And the theory was it was a single graphics card that had 2 GPUs. So my friend and I wanted to use it where you... Yep, exactly. And that's how we flashed the firmware. And basically, you're tricking the graphics card into being a different model, because there was 2 graphics cards NVIDIA sold for like data centers that were like GPUs without any video connectors on the back. It literally just has a vent on the back for the heat. And the idea we had was we wanted to make it so that you could have maybe like a Windows virtual machine and a Linux virtual machine using each GPU independently on the same board. But in practice, it turned out NVIDIA has this weird situation where you got to pay like a licensing fee for proprietary drivers to do shit like that. And basically it was a lost cause. But I learned a lot, and I used it a couple of times. Like right after that, I did my N64 where I had to solder a board connection called the Ultra HDMI. And basically you connect the video signals from the video chip to this board that has an HDMI port. And it actually is cool because N64 does have RGB video, but unlike Super Nintendo, they never connected it to the back. So if you have a Super Nintendo, you could buy RGB cables or SCART cables, and you can like either plug it into a fancy CRT, like a high-end CRT, or using the appropriate HDMI adapter. If you give RGB signals to an HDMI adapter of the right type, it's a very good signal. Like it's like better than like converting the regular composite yellow, red, and white connectors to HDMI. This is like a way better than that. Like just by virtue. So anyway, my point is I learned about soldering. What I learned was when soldering, like a lot of times you'll hit the part you want to heat up with the soldering iron, but the minute you're not touching it, it's no longer melty. It hardens, it cools down right away. And I found out that's what flux is for. So when you put this liquid goo on, it keeps the melty parts melted for a little longer. It makes the melting temperature lower so that when you do hit it with the soldering iron, like you can melt the parts you actually want to melt without like any of them cooling down, because as long as you're touching the flux, the heat spreads. And it also, what the weirdest thing that flux does is it makes the soldering lead kind of stick to where it's supposed to stick. Because one of the things you'll find when you're soldering and you don't know what you're doing is the solder will go and stick to things that you don't need it to stick to. But apparently, once you put the flux on, anything made of copper, like automatically, like magically, just seems to like attract the solder without it sticking anywhere else. And it's really insanely amazing when it happens because it just works. And so that's how I would have to do the motherboard on my phone. But obviously, that's a risky repair. Like, you know, like I'm not like in a rush to do this. So my short-term plan is this is where my cost dilemma comes in. I did buy a new screen for my other phone, right? So when Samsung said they couldn't fix it, I also ordered a screen, but I knew that I wanted to take my time, so I bought a second phone. I thought the second phone would be in better condition. It's working fine right now, but like I said, I don't trust it. I can't seal it up to make it waterproof because like I might have to open it again, so I, don't. But the solution, I believe, would be to change that connector on the motherboard, and that would actually solve all my problems, and then from there I can decide to waterproof it again because it would be a more permanent repair. But what would be easier is to swap the screen out on my other phone, which has a perfectly good motherboard inside of it. Like everything was good, in it already, except for the screen. So I bought a new screen for $200. And a few weeks ago I put it in, and like an idiot, I had the battery, the ribbon cable is folded and wedged underneath the battery. And at first I was like, after I put everything together, I realized this. I couldn't pull the ribbon cable out. I didn't want to force it because I didn't know it was stuck. I didn't know if it was short or not. So I had to take the screen off the front. Now the problem is that the screen is paper thin. It looks like a copper foil that's paper thin.
Have you
bonded.
Have you ever considered just buying a Xiaomi phone?
I mean, well, yes and no. That's a different can of worms, but there's and trust me, not exactly, because I watch China Observer, and Xiaomi is bad. No, I'm kidding. But jokes is, but
Xiaomi's
no,
bad?
I see some existing phones on Amazon. They had a brand called Flagship Phone. It was like a knockoff flagship phone. It was literally called Flagship Killer. That's the name of the phone.
Mine was a Xiaomi. Mine is a Xiaomi Poco X3 Pro.
I mean, Xiaomi makes some nice stuff too. Like I've seen some of the stuff they're making.
It has a Snapdragon 860.
And yeah, that's like comparable to the Note 22, the S22 that I didn't buy. That's another thing. So to get the phone from back market, I spent $400. I could have spent $300 and bought a phone from Amazon that was a S22 in fair condition. And I didn't, for two reasons. I wanted SD card slot. I know, it's kind of dumb and stubborn to say, oh, I must, how some people are boomers, they're like, not like boomers, but like, they'd be like, I have to have an SD card slot. So they'll literally sacrifice the performance of their CPU and GPU and even camera just to have an SD card slot. It's like, realistically, half terabyte.
Mine had one actually. It was a dual SIM. And the second slot you could use as an SD card slot.
That's exactly how the Note 20 works, and that's why I like it, and that's another thing. If I went with these other brands, I would have a chance at getting a newer model, newer hardware like the Snapdragon 860, and it would have the SD card. So, it's certainly something that I may pursue in the future, but right now I'm still attached to the Note 20 ecosystem. It works, and I've been able to customize it, but obviously I'm getting to the end of the line where, next time I get a phone.
I suggested Xiaomi because maybe around $300 to $400, you could have a Snapdragon 8 Gen 1 phone.
Like I said, next phone might do it, but I'm not there yet, but it is on my radar. It really is.
I know, right? I mean, all you have to do is look at the reviews and stuff. Do your research.
I mean, there's some technologies that Samsung has that others don't, but also it's like if you can't maintain the phone, or if it's not maintainable, or they're not Samsung did a really good job the first time they fixed my phone, and then the second time they left it at first I thought they lost my phone for a minute there because it was really disorganized the way they tracked it. Once they received the phone, they didn't give me an update for a while, and then when they couldn't get the part, it was like, okay, send it back, and then they're calling me hey, we're trying to call you, you want to send it back, or you want to get a credit? I'm like, I already told you I wanted to get the phone back. What do you mean? I thought you were sending it back already. And luckily they sent it back, but I'm willing to do the screen again, the $200 screen, is my other Note 20, because the thing is that then I have two working Galaxy Note 20s, and if my original Note 20 is working fully, I don't need to resolder that. Actually, well, I wouldn't need to resolder the connector, but at that point, I could do it because if, let's say, I'm holding my original Note 20, it's fully operational. No weird screen issue, no weird, like, finagling with the ribbon cable for the touch screen functionality. Then I could properly waterproof it, because that's what I really want to, you know, like, put it back together in such a way that it's truly waterproof, you know? And you can't trust my current Note 20 to be fully sealed up, because even if I sealed it up, I might be forced to reopen it again. The main rule of thumb is, so when I was putting the new screen in, this is where I went wrong. The ribbon cable on it was like wedged under the battery. And what's up, Nintendo? I see your message. What did I see? I think he said my name, so I want to make sure I respond to that real quick. He said, L. Ronnie G. Oh, okay, I thought you were saying something. I was like, I got my laptop in a garage setup. I can watch multiple streams. Yep, exactly. What does that have to do with a garage setup? Is it like you're in a garage so you have multiple screens? Like, you know, I'm curious, like, how that factors. It probably looks pretty cool, whatever you're doing. Oh, I was eating coleslaw made out of purple cabbage. So, bottom line is, I get this phone, my original one, working. Then, now, I can safely work on the phone that I'm currently using because the risk is low. Let's just say I mess up while doing the soldering of that connector on the motherboard. It's like, okay, well, at this point, then this becomes a spare parts unit. Because at that point, the phone would still have a working screen. It would have working connectors. It would have working, you know, rocker buttons for the volume. So if anything wore out on it, I can use that as like a seed device to maintain my existing one, which puts me in a really good position to just keep... I would take good care of the phone, but at least I would have, like, you know, options. But I'm pretty confident that I can do the soldering properly after what I learned, because, like, it was big. Now, you mentioned resoldering, and here's where my questions to you come in. Is like, so you're mentioning that the Dimensity, what is that, CPU or SoC?
The Dimensity is it's different. It's the chipset for my
okay, so it's like a
current
chipset
phone.
SoC
It's the
system on a
chipset
chip.
for my current phone, the one I'm using right now.
And why does it need to be resoldered? How did you get to that
It
diagnosis?
doesn't need to be.
Oh.
It doesn't need to be. The other one needs to be. Because
right.
it won't turn on anymore. The other one is the Snapdragon 860 phone.
Got you. So the older phone is the one that has this issue, and you know, and you believe because it won't turn on, it most likely.
Yeah, it won't
at
turn
the very
on.
least.
Basically, it shows the battery indicator. It can boot into
recovery.
it can boot into recovery, but once you actually try to start it up, it just stops working.
Okay. And so the theory is, the diagnosis is that,
Yeah.
is it a matter of replacing the chip or resoldering the chip, like just taking it off, cleaning it, and putting it back on?
Yeah, apparently, Gemini says it needs to be like reballed.
Yep. Okay.
So it's a known
I
issue with this phone that, you know, something about the connectors, the connections inside, they eventually melt because of heat. Because basically Xiaomi did a poor job at managing the cooling of the phone.
Okay,
So,
that makes sense. So the heat causes the... Yeah, one of the things that when I took about my Galaxy Note 8 after that one was completely foodboard, one of the coolest things I saw in there was a copper heat pipe like you see in a laptop. And it would just transfer the heat from the SoC, the chip, to the back cover of the phone, basically. But it was a pretty elegant solution. On my current one, I think what they did was they lowered the heat output by, you know, using a smaller nanometer process. And that metal plate I mentioned that holds the connector in place, I think is acting like a heat sink that transfers the heat to the back cover. So I think that's why every once in a while my display connector still malfunctions, because the heat is causing some gradual expansion and contraction, and once it pushes something out of tolerance, it like, you know, that's it, and I got to open it and do this routine again. So resoldering the connector most likely will solve the issue, most likely, assuming that's the issue. If the issue lies between the ribbon cable and the screen itself, you can't really change the ribbon cable going to the screen. So I saw a video of a guy, Indian guy doing it, and I was like, honestly awed by the fact that he could do it. But it's like, it was like insanity. Like, he's like, once you're touching it, like one of the things that you can do, like years ago they used to do this when people cracked it first iPhones, you go on Amazon or eBay and you'd find like for $12 to $15 you could buy the glass. And so if your screen is working and you got a picture on your screen when it was an LCD, OLED's a little bit more delicate in that regard. Logically, you would think, okay, if I change the glass, the underlying screen works, so it doesn't matter. But the reality was the underlying screen is glued to the glass. So, you know, separating those two things is super tricky, and it's almost impossible unless you have, like, honestly, they shouldn't be, like, selling these freaking parts because you really can't do it. Like, it's almost like anybody who does claim they can do it, they're probably...
We have people here who do that for a fee.
And I can't imagine they could do it perfect unless they have the equipment, which they might. They might have the equipment that heats up the screen evenly, and then once it is heated up to precisely the right temperature, not too hot, not too cold, you know, it's pliable.
Yeah,
so
we have people here who are basically certified to do that sort of stuff.
When you get the video or the instructions on how to do it with the ones I've bought, like I bought with an S7 once and a Galaxy S7 Edge. And it was like, okay, here's some diamond wire. It's like a very fine metal wire. And you go on YouTube and you see a video of a guy using this like floss between the screen and the glass. And it's like, he's not even heating it up. And it's like, the act of like wedging a fine wire between the glass and the OLED, you're gonna scratch something, you know? I mean, like maybe, I don't know how they do it, but like it looked like the type of job that it could be done, but there's no way it could be done perfectly. So even if you could do it, you couldn't maintain cosmetics, which isn't always important. You know, I can understand, like, if you're in a place where getting a new phone of that caliber is impossible, doing this would be better than not having the phone.
Yeah. And, you know, we have people who do that sort of stuff here. Like, they're government certified by short training courses to do exactly that sort of stuff. Phone technician.
And, you know...
No.
And they might be also less half-assed because I think, like, you know, in a place like where you're at, like, people who have that job are not going to defer. They're not going to be half-assed about it. They're going to do the job, you know what I mean? Like, whereas over here, like, oh, we have to send it to a service center, and then the service center is duly equipped.
You can do that here too, basically. Basically, you can go to the actual company behind the phone and take it to their authorized service center for a huge fee. Or, you know, you could go to one of these phone technicians. Basically, we repair the phone or you pay nothing.
I got you. And, you know, there's some small shops here, like, that'll do some level of that repair, but, like, there are limits. Like, you know, usually, like, if you get the whole, like, the answer for me is get the whole screen module bonded to the glass. And generally, that seems to be the direction the industry has gone now, like, at least when it comes to buying the parts. So that's proven more practical. But now for reballing the chip, yeah, it kind of makes sense. I mean, like, that I can picture a small shop doing, like, not here, well, maybe some small shops do it here, just not, like, it's not the norm. But there used to be a guy in Manhattan that did it, and then he moved to Arizona because the laws here were super annoying, the regulators and all of that bullshit. But he would do these videos where he would do work on MacBooks, because, you know, you take an old MacBook to the Apple store, and they'll do certain things, or they'll tell you it's like $800 to change the motherboard if you're lucky. And he could do the repair for $300 basically, or $275. So at that point, like, he would show you how he would use flux to remove the old chip. Then he would take a chip out of a Dell laptop that was recycled, and it was the same chip that Apple was using. So if you couldn't order that chip, you would essentially use donor parts. And so if someone spilled water in a MacBook or something, they can, you know, he could fix it like that. It's pretty cool. But with the phone, essentially same concept. Now with reballing, I saw a video of a guy reballing the chip on a phone similar to mine, and in an ideal world you have a stencil that matches the pattern of the balls, so you can like put your solder right over that stencil and heat it up, and it'll go right exactly where it belongs. In this guy's case, he had to use a generic stencil and then manually readjust some of the balls, place them in place manually, heat them up, and then like he had to actually clean some of them up, like if they were imperfect, so that when he puts because once you have the balls of solder in their little grid layout, like they're in rows and, you know, like a grid, each dot is there, you put the chip on top of it with the flux, you heat, or solder paste, which I think is, don't ask me, see, I get confused here. And when you heat it up, it kind of just melts into place, because when they do it in a factory, that's what they're doing. They're putting the stencil over it, they're putting the solder balls down first, and then they're putting all of the parts on top of that, and then they put it in the oven, and it does it all at once. And so when you're doing just one chip, you can kind of do it's a little more, you know, obviously surgical and shit, but That sounds like, a more practical repair than doing the like glass separate from the screen. Like it's way more practical that level of soldering. So is it worth it? I mean, I know like, what $30 is worth, like the way I imagine one might adjust the value is how much bread can I buy here, or what's the income scale and stuff like that. But $32 over here would be like a bargain for that kind of repair.
Yeah. Well,
And
basically double that amount, and you can buy a new phone here.
Okay, yeah, that was my next question. And so at that point, yeah, it becomes like, well, if you don't pay anything if they can't do it, then there's nothing to lose. And if the repair quality is okay, where it'll last at least as long as a new phone,
Well,
then you're good.
There's no guarantee there, basically.
And there's a
They'll just repair it and show you that it works.
and then if it doesn't work a week later,
If
that's
it
on
doesn't
you.
work a week later, I mean, they usually don't give a warranty on that kind of service because you really can't guarantee whether the phone will continue to work or not for doing
Now, what
that.
are the odds that the new phone will be a phone that was repaired using a similar method, like sort of like what happened to me with my phone from backmarket.com?
The new phone? I mean, the new phone is totally new. It came
Oh, totally new.
came straight from it's my mother's old phone. Came straight from Smart Communications. So yeah, it's an Oppo Reno 11.
Hello, Oppo. It sounds like Apple, but it's Oppo.
Oppo Reno 11 Pro 5G with a Dimensity 8200 chip. Basically, much more powerful than the Snapdragon 800 series.
Mm-hmm. And which one are you trying to repair? 800 series?
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. So double the price, you get better hardware, and it's brand new.
No.
That's
This one is not double the price.
oh.
No, this is just my mother's old phone. Basically, it was just timing. Like, she gave me her old phone for my birthday a few months ago, which was just in time because while I was playing with my old phone, suddenly just stopped working. So, no real loss because now I have a new phone anyway.
I got you. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a decision that, you can only, but it sounds like, I guess it's not necessarily worth it unless you have $30 that you're willing to part with, like, with no expectation of, 100%,
Yep,
like,
exactly.
let's say you could burn $30, then it'd be like, okay, for $30, there's a chance that this phone will keep working indefinitely, but there's also a chance it won't work, so if I can't lose $30, then that wouldn't be worth it to me.
Yep, exactly. And, this new phone is super powerful and it's still pretty new. It's only like 2 years old, because that's basically that's how Smart Communications works. You lock in your subscription to them for 2 years. You get a free phone from them. So my mother got her new phone. So when she got her new phone, she gave me the old one.
Yep, that makes sense. I still have my dad's old phone on my desk, but his screen has massive burn-in on it because he liked to keep the screen on for like indefinitely because he was like, oh, the maps always turn off while I'm driving. I'm like, well, you're supposed to be in that. How like when you're in Google Maps, your screen timeout is still gonna time out, but if you're navigating, if you hit the button like start navigation, it doesn't. So I have a feeling he was using Google Maps, but he wasn't actually in navigation mode. So it wasn't keeping the screen on automatically. I could be wrong, but I think that's what he was doing because it doesn't make sense. I don't imagine the screen would turn off in the middle of navigating, And so bottom line is that he had that shit on like indefinitely full brightness at random times. So basically his home screen is burned into the screen on this device. And because if you leave the red light filter on, blue light filter on, that causes uneven burn in because essentially the way OLEDs work is just like the weirdest thing, but essentially that makes the burn-in way worse. And because he was running the blue light filter, which I get it. I used to use the blue light filter until I discovered how much it ruins, how much it accelerates the screen. Like I used to ride my bike to work and I'd have YouTube in portrait mode. So on my old Galaxy Note 8, I had a very faint burn-in where you could see the YouTube like play bar. You can see that little rectangle on the top third of the screen where the video was, and you can see like the clock or the Wi-Fi symbol there. But I was able, once I saw the first hint of that, I started like treating it like a plasma TV, and I basically cleaned the screen by playing the movie like Dune and Star Wars Battle of Hoth in full screen, and that kind of like, you know, mitigated it. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know, it's an interesting phone. His is a S8 Active, so it's not a great phone, it's just an old one, but it's a very nice. In fact, I don't even know how you take it apart, because the S8 Active is supposed to be like rugged. And answering Nintendo's question, is there waterproof? Is that what was the question? I think it was. So basically, IP65 or whatever they call it is like, you know, not truly waterproof, but it's water resistant, and it will keep water out up to like 3 feet for a half hour. And in practice, years ago, I saw a Galaxy S7, and they had an iPhone of the same era, and these guys put it in a fish tank, and the iPhone, it like immediately touch stopped working, and then the screen started glitching out within a minute, and then that was it. The phone was messed up. The Galaxy S7, the guy puts it underwater in a fish tank, and he's still working on the phone. Like the touch screen kept working while the phone was in a fish tank. So then this other video, these guys took a bucket and they tossed it into an icy lake overnight, and then the phone still worked the next day. So to my mindset, like, yeah, you know, I'm not a diver, so I'm not going below 3 feet with a phone. It's more like I get in the shower or I go into a pool and then the phone's in my pocket by accident. But in practice, yeah, the waterproofing on the Galaxy Note 8
Don't use like
and the
a
Note
phone
20
protector.
worked.
Don't use like
You can
a
do that
rubber-
too. You can get a case,
a rubber
yeah. And
protector.
sometimes a case is good as a redundant thing too. So even if the phone is waterproof, having a case that's also waterproof would, like, you know, kind of be redundant, so that if either one wasn't truly waterproof, they would kind of, you know, compensate for each other. So certainly an option. I'm using a, you know, moderate case, so it's protective, but it's not like providing like that waterproofing. And frankly, if I'm paying out of the ass for the phone, especially a brand new phone, I know a brand new Samsung phone, you can absolutely trust it to be waterproof. The only time that failed me was I changed the SIM card before going to a barbecue.
We
on the
still
Galaxy
use
Note 8.
we still use like a case over here anyway, no matter what the phone is, so that, you know,
Well,
if
I'm
you
using it-
accidentally drop it, you don't scratch the phone itself.
I mean, yeah, I got a case for that purpose. Like, my case will protect it, just doesn't add really much waterproofing to it. Like, you know, it's got like a cover over the USB port, but other than that, like, it's not like they have the OtterBox commuter.
How about
They
the
got the
screen?
OtterBox Defender.
How about the screen? Do
What
you
is-
protect the screen?
Well, the screen is I use UV bonded screen protectors. So I buy the either the dome glass or the generic version of dome glass. And basically it's similar to tempered glass, except when you put it on, you have like a little jig that you put over the phone. And I think I have a video of this actually. I'll show real quick before I go.
Mine has some kind of liquid protector. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, liquid optically clear adhesive, and
Yeah.
oh, that's another one. That's a whole other one you mentioned. So they have one where it's like straight like up liquid, and that's they when I work before I started working at Staples, they were pushing this stuff called liquid armor, and it was probably really bad for the phone. Like it kind of made a mess and gunked everything up, but they were pushing it
Oh.
for some reason.
Well, when you have it replaced, they do it. They do it themselves as well. So it's still nice and clean.
That's pretty cool. I mean, yeah, there's a right way to do it, and you know, going to Staples to do it is not the way generally, unless it's a good Staples store. So in this video clip, I'm seeing if I have an example. Oh, this is the old screen protector. This is not the dome glass. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. And what am I doing here? Oh, that's the last time I printed a Russian space shuttle. Oh, that's my folding phone. I missed my folding phone. But I digress. So bottom line is, yeah, you put the UV liquid on it. It leaves like a puddle. You put the glass on top of it, and you put like a weight on top of it after releasing the this little plastic sliding thing. And then the liquid spreads underneath the glass. And then once it's spread evenly... Ah, shit, my Bob is calling me. Hey, what's up, Josephine? Okay. Oh, okay. So maybe I'll just like push for like I won't come at 3 sharp. I'll push for 3:30, but I'm running a little bit later. That's not the end of the world. Okay, got you. Goodbye. Okay, we good. Okay, so my barber is doing foil on someone's hair right now.
We could hear her, by the way.
Oh, good. Then you got a full report.
Yep.
That's Josephine. She's my Italian-American barber. Yes, I know people in other countries don't understand why we Americans will call ourselves some other country. I've seen these people that have all these weird opinions. Like, a British guy said that, oh, we don't call ourselves whatever nationality unless we've been to that country once. I'm like, well, that's just a weird arbitrary rule. But I can understand, like, saying that you weren't born in this other country, so you shouldn't be Italian-American. You're American, not Italian-American. You're American, not African-American. And that's usually what it is that people get tight when they hear names like African-American, Hispanic-American, and they feel that, like, you know, you're maintaining you're not maintaining allegiance to your own nation. And it's like, well, look, you know how shit works here. Okay, it's a country of immigrants. Like, we have people with different ethnicities. This is how we identify that this is my ethnicity. I'm not saying I'm American, I'm Italian. Like, I'm not, you know, during World War II as an Italian-American, I'm not saying I'm affiliated with Mussolini. I'm just saying that, yes, my grandfather came from Italy. It's like, you know, because when people look at my nose, they're like, are you Jewish? No, I'm Italian, but I'm American. So I say Italian-American. Anyway, so I digress.
Hi.
But I don't know. I saw a lot of tweeted posts that people were getting weird about that shit.
So, phone aside, Ronnie. When will you be ready for our media exchange treaty? You know,
I was originally planning on being ready for it today, but because of my haircut, I you know, obviously couldn't. But I think we can. What do you want to do? You want to do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday?
I mean, whenever you're ready. Because then you recommend stuff to me, and you know, I'll use it for a stream.
Oh yeah.
Basically.
Oh yeah. So I
Let's
definitely prepare.
Let's go watch whatever you recommend me for one stream and react to it. Haha.
And that's thing. So like, I remember Gerardo mentioned a really good single Star Trek episode. I don't know if you want to do a Star Trek episode and like 4 Babylon 5 episodes, or like, you know, 3 and 2.
You guys decide. I don't really care.
All right, so I'll consult Gerardo, but maybe we can like do a mix of the two, because like he picked one episode that I think, as the type of writer you are, you would be able to appreciate, because it's like one of those Star Trek episodes where it's not really like it's more people and character oriented than it is all of that sci-fi shit that us nerds love, or, you know, us weird space nerds love, you know.
Uh-huh.
And I don't want to ruin it, because it's like just a premise that, like, you know, not mystery box, but it's like,
don't try to impress me. Just
nah. Well, that episode is impressive, and we're not trying to impress you, but I'm not. You know, just it's a good episode. I know the writing is something that, like, I think we would love to hear your you know, whether you shit on it or not. I think we'd love to hear it, you know. And this is not us saying, like, watch the episode with the battle with the Klingons and the fucking Romulans, and, like, you know, sure, I might love that episode where they're, you know, shooting each other with fucking, you know, spaceships.
Uh-huh.
But I know I think the episode that he mentioned and that I remembered is, you know, more up your alley based on the type. And we'll find out. How maybe you'll say, oh, this is really schlocky, that this premise is so whatever, you know. Things that sometimes people think they're showing their friends something cool, and then they'll be like, this is the part where the thing happens, and then they're like, wait for it, and it just ends up not being impressive, you know. Shit happens, you know.
I mean,
but I got
I'm not hard to impress, really. So you know.
Well, I think we got you on this one. I think we'll get you impressed, or at least I think you'll at least enjoy the episode, which is sort of the point, you know.
Not enough lollies. Ha ha! There are no lollies in Star Trek or Babylon 5, because it's all live action.
And there might have been one loli in Babylon 5, but it was a little of a tricky scenario there. It was more like she was a telepath.
Because it's
and she
live
had a choice.
action, that doesn't count.
Oh, I got you. So I saw a new anime. This is another thing I wanted to mention if I had time. So I saw this new anime. It's called Heike, the Heike story. Because like originally I thought it was called Heike Monogatari, but I think that means something like lore or tale in Japanese. And basically what happened was this little girl is like with her grandpa, and these like guys are hassling somebody, like these guys who are like, you know, under the government or the feudal lord, and the little girl is like says something like, why the fuck are you, like, you know, what the fuck? So somebody notices that the little girl said something, like, see, the guy turns and he's like, did you say something? And then the grandpa is like, basically like, look, she's just a little girl, she knows not what she's saying, I apologize, you know, he bows his head an apology, like, look, you know, just little kid. So the person's like, well, since you're responsible for the little girl,
I mean,
he cuts his head off.
Oh, really?
So the thing, there's the weird plot device. The little girl has dichromia because the mom had dichromia, and when she covers up one eye, she can see the future. So when she covers the eye up, the gimmick here is sort of like the $6 million man can, you know, use bionic powers. She covers one eye, and if she's looking at you, she can see the future. So now she's seen the village burning on fire. So she just saw her grandpa die. Now she's seen like samurai battle. She's seen whirlwind in the ocean, and yeah, she sees the future. Bottom line. And so she's walking around like as a vagrant, and this like feudal lord basically like takes her in because he's like he realized, hey, wait a second, this girl has dichromia like me, and so he tells his guards like, I got this. So, you know, she's like got lice and shit, and he cleans her up and makes her part of the family basically, and his like Mr. Heike, I guess his name is, you know, and his dad is this old fat bald guy, and he's like sort of more pragmatic with the politicking and all that shit. You know, it's like power struggles.
Basically, they want to make use of this child's abilities.
And that's the thing. So she's like, you know, and that's funny. Yeah, you're right. And so initially she's like, she never gets used in that way because like she like explains like, you know, her grandpa said not to use it that way. And the guy, because he has dichromia, the feudal lord, the younger one, he understands. He's like, okay, you know, like it's cool, you know. But as she's living with this family and she's like, you know, becoming part of this family, like she meets like the guy's daughter who's getting married off to some other feudal lord. Because, you know, it's like the royalty. You get to possess property when you marry into another family and the person dies or whatever. So she sees her future, and she's a sweet lady and they get along. And when she looks at her the first time, she sees her drowning. So now she knows this lady's gonna die from drowning. And the theme throughout the show is like, she sees these events, she knows about them, and she could witness them happening in real time, and she can't do anything about it. She's powerless, or she feels powerless to do something about it. So her name is Biwa. And I don't know, do you know what a Biwa is?
No.
It's like Japanese guitar. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh,
ding, 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 ding. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I know that
and
now. Now that you mention it, I do know it.
So
I just forgot.
she plays the Biwa. And the Japanese guy here, you can see he's covering his eye because he's like, oh, you have the same eye I have. And blah, blah, blah. And, you know, you already know that part. So what's interesting is as the series goes on in the art style, by the way, like you'll notice the art style looks like those old feudal Japanese things. And that's actually, I actually downloaded, I went to the Met Museum website, and I saw that one of the pictures that you download in high res had like a freaking like 3D model format. So I was like, why would you need a 3D model of flat art? And I think it's because like you can see the texture or some bullshit like that. You know, like it's like one of those things. But they took a 3D scan of this, and I have it rendering on my screen right now. It'll take a minute. But the art style was interesting. It's loosely based on the real Heike, which I could just pull up that Heike. Okay, here we go. I found it.
Gathering Hozuki using her one eye to see ghosts. I see.
Yeah, so this one's a uglier piece of art. This one's in black and white, but it shows you horses and battles and stuff like that. But I'm gonna find a nice one here. We got a couple of nice ones here. So we got this one about the 8 bridges, and we got the Battle of Yashima. And the Battle of Yashima, Gold Leaf. You got like the feudal castle, whatever the shit that is. You got some horses doing their battling thing. This folds up. You got a sea battle here. You got a naval engagement over here. And one of the things I'm like with the Japanese emperors is they have these 3 relics, and whenever you're the emperor, like where the emperor is, that's where the capital is apparently, and the 3 relics go with the emperor. And of course, when there was a power struggle and the Heike clan, basically the Heike clan is in decline. They start off being on top of their game, but maybe they were too comfortable, and you know, there's always those power struggles. So you know, things go the way they do. And the last point I would bring up is that throughout the series, when you see, or last point about the series basically is when you see the girl, Biwa, which is named after the guitar because that's what her grandpa chose to call her until she found out her real name. Where did I put the episode? Oh, here it is. Is this it? Where did I put it? I lost it. Oh, here it is. So basically, like every now and then it'll flash back to her where she has white hair and she's telling a story. Biwa players in Japanese, you know, history or whatever, they're storytellers. So they may follow the court, they may be a street performer, but I guess as you get older, you see some shit and you write it down or you make a song about it. And so sometimes, like, as something is happening, like there was this battle where like 70,000 horses fall off a bridge because, like, as they're about to approach the bridge, they find out that they cut the bridge in the middle. So the guy's like, everyone stop! And they stop, but then, like, as they're stopping, the guys in the back of the line didn't get the message. So those horses dogpile over them. And so there's a scene where you see the little girl as an older lady with white hair, and she's like singing about like the 70,000 horses plunged to their death because the guys in the back didn't hear. And you know, it was just an interesting. It's like it's been sticking with my brain ever since seeing it. It's just like it's a train wreck, but it was beautiful at the same time. Very bizarre.
Flex.
You got a samurai battle where these 2 warriors are doing the usual samurai duel, you know, and like basically the guy's about to run away with the naval boats because he just, you know, he was doing a rear guard action. And basically right when the guy's about to kill him, he's like, you're only 16. And he doesn't want to kill the guy. He's about to take mercy on him. And then, oh, here we go. This is B.Y. an old lady. He takes pity and is struck by a desire to spare his foe. I'm playing this song with my mouth so that, you know, we don't get copyright.
She doesn't seem old. She just seems to have white hair, actually.
I agree. I was thinking about that too. And I don't know if that was just like a way of, like, you know, not depicting an old lady, or if she's just got white hair. You know, it could be.
I mean,
you know, maybe
if they wanted to depict somebody as old in anime, usually they'd add lines on the face. Add lines near the eyes. They'd add lines near the lips. Below
I
the
thought
nose.
it was just being nice to her so that they would make her age gracefully because she's the main character.
Yeah, but they'd still add lines.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I can see that. I think that makes sense, what you're saying.
That's
So
how
yeah,
they
that was
depict,
the emotional...
That's how they depict age, basically. That's how they depict age in anime style. They add lines like diagonal lines below the eyes and near the sides of the lips.
Like, let's see here. Like this old guy here. I mean...
There, you see that?
What's good?
See below his eyes. See that line? The diagonal line.
There we go. Now, one of the problems with this series was in the beginning, there's apparently 3 fat bald guys because it's drawn in the same art style as the feudal era, or whatever feudal eras, or whatever you call them. Like, I would have a scene where one of them dies, and then they cut to another fat bald guy talking. I'm like, wait, I thought he was dead. And then throughout the series, I was confused because I kept seeing these, like, the same guy. I'm like, why is the same guy plotting to do evil stuff when he was just now being a family man? And then I realized he's not even the same guy.
I mean, they might have different names, right?
They do. I mean, I don't know. I'm slow like that sometimes, I guess. But usually first time I watch anything, I try to remember names, but I don't really like, like if I don't remember the names the first time I watch something, it's not a big deal. Second time I watch it, I pick up on things better, So it's like if it's good enough to watch second time eventually, then I'll get it. Like Babylon 5, like I can name all the characters now in the beginning, Actually, Babylon 5, it wasn't hard to remember the characters because, I mean, they all bring something to the table. And, with Babylon 5, I already have a hunch as to what episode I would recommend. I had a list here, actually. Babylon 5.
When do you want to talk about?
Well, like I said, we can do a Wednesday, Thursday, or Saturday. Thursday might be a good balance because it gives me time on Wednesday to kind of catch up on Wednesday night.
You decide when you want to jump in here and talk. Or
you didn't make your schedule for next week yet, right? So I figured this is a great time to talk about that. So I figured Wednesday or Thursday would probably be fine, unless you want to do a different day.
Wednesday or Thursday? Okay. Let's do Thursday then.
Okay, yeah. If Thursday sounds good, it's a good safe time to do it. Gives me time if I don't review it on Tuesday night, which I might. But is that now? Thing is, I could either play. I might do both, but I could either go and revisit the beginning of Narcissu and just because then I would technically have watched the whole. And I can watch it straight through, of course. I'm not just gonna watch the beginning necessarily. I'll go through the whole thing, and it's not even that long. You did it on a stream.
No, it's not.
And since I already have Narcissu was outside my comfort zone, but because of that, I kind of have stuff to say about it, So I think that you'll probably find my thoughts on Narcissu to be more interesting. That said, I enjoyed Planetarian. That's not that long either, is it?
They're about the same length. Yes.
And I could play Planetarian over the course of Tuesday night or Wednesday night, and that would be like, I could even do both, but I would commit to doing at least one of them, and I would be ready by Thursday.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's easy. Now, the Babylon 5 episode, it's certainly the episodes that, the fans of the show love.
I'm pretty confident I can just review it directly after watching it.
Yes, perfect. And, you said 5 episodes, so I would want to do is I want to make sure that one thing I want to make sure is that
one episode per stream, basically.
Okay. Well, whichever episodes you do, I would not do only season 1 episodes. So if let's say Gerardo goes or and they're like, hey, you don't
have to worry about getting me oriented with either Babylon 5 or Star Trek.
Yeah.
I mean, I know those series. I've seen episodes of.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, season 1 is just the one with it's got some good episodes, but it's also a season that some people will judge harshly, like many season 1s of sci-fi shows, with the budget and stuff like that. Like some sci-fi shows, like Space 1999, season 1 was better, way better, light years ahead. It only lasted 2 seasons. What was it? Andromeda. First 2 seasons, even season 2 went downhill, but it was respectable. And it jumped the shark completely in season 5,
if I
absurd
remember
levels.
correctly, Babylon 5 is that the one where aliens start living with Earthlings or Terrans or whatever they're called. They announce
well, I don't know if they start.
What? They don't?
Oh, go finish it. I'm
how
sorry.
it starts off?
It's not so much that they live with us, it's that it starts off with a space station where aliens and humans are living together, and the space station exists because there was a big war between the Earth and the Minbari.
But the start, the very first episode.
Yeah, they're all working and living
there.
together, yeah. And it's not just humans, but, humans are a force to be reckoned with in the galaxy with their, their fleet at this point.
But these aliens are, physically stronger. And, they're not? Am I thinking of something else?
I think you might be thinking of something else. Vulcans are physically stronger on Star Trek.
Yeah?
And I think Minbari happen to be stronger too. Yeah, they are physically stronger and more durable than humans. So you may be thinking about the right thing. I mean,
and also,
these are things that reoccur.
There's a focus on on like the tension between these whatever these aliens and these humans, and some some have like interspecies relationships, but there are people
So that-
protesting against stuff like that. And
They
there's
don't
this
really-
one guy who got there's this one alien guy who got murdered in the swimming pool, stuff like that.
Wait a
Yeah.
second. No, you're talking about Alienation.
That Alien Nation.
Alienation, yeah.
Is that
Oh
a
my god,
different-
the show
is
is
that a different
good.
show? Is that a
Yeah,
different
yeah.
show?
Alienation was amazing. Like, that's exactly what happens. Like, they're basically like it's almost like an allegory for immigration. Because what happens is the alien ship crashes in the Nevada desert or some bullshit like that.
Yeah.
And
This shown on
basically-
AXN here. But I'm pretty sure I've also seen episodes of Babylon 5. Maybe I just got the two confused.
yeah, I got you. But Alienation was interesting. So this flying saucer crashes in the desert, and basically they become part of the population of Los Angeles.
'Cause
And,
I
yeah,
remember directly during like Chinese New Year, they had one of these aliens from Babylon 5 doing the Gong Hei Fa Shua whatever Fa Shui thing. Chinese New Year.
They had a lot of weird aliens in Babylon 5 too. Like they had the Babylon 5 is definitely like
With that said, I'm pretty sure I can catch up on whichever episode. I
yeah.
can just
No, you'll be fine. So the main episode I was gonna mention just earlier was called Mind War,
Context clues.
browser.
Haha.
Why do I keep losing my browser tab? I'm gonna be reloading the same search phrase. Oh, here it is. Babylon 5 Mind War.
I don't know, I'm not really that type who is big on lore, so I don't really care about stuff like that.
Yeah, I got you. But basically, this episode is special because it involves it's the first time you meet the Psy cops. So in Babylon 5, like, remember, this is in the wake of a war. Babylon 5 is the 5th station they built because what happened was that every time they built a Babylon station to do this whole, because they decided they were going to build this station as a place where we could do diplomacy, like a neutral ground area. And it also became a big trading place and all this stuff. And they built it in an O'Neill cylinder. And the first station gets bombed. The second station has an unexplainable failure in the structure. The fourth station literally just disappears. Like, it disappears. Like, someone's in a starfighter. Like, we don't know where it went. It disappeared. And they actually did later on did an episode to explain what happened to that, and it was pretty interesting. But like basically, by the time you start in the series, they're on this station, and you get introduced to the main character, the security officer Garibaldi, who's a bit like a Brooklyn New Yorker, and he's talking to the alien guy, and they're arguing about something. He's like, "Dude, your species fucking told us you guys were related to us, but then when we did the DNA test, we figured out we weren't." And he's like, slit my wrist. Like, wouldn't matter if I slit your wrist. You don't have arteries in your arm. He's like, exactly.
Let's see, Crack Dealer has a link to some humanoid robot. Giant humanoid robot piloted by a human. I guess they'd use that for high-tech boxing matches or something.
It's playing heavy metal music. Dun, 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 dun.
I mean, yeah, put them in a ring, and now we can have high-tech boxing matches.
Huh.
It's bipedal. Why would they do that? Whatever.
Huh. Well, pedal like a mobile suit pilot. I don't even know how the pedals work on a mobile suit.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
that's
that's
cool.
interesting. I see.
But if you were
So,
sitting in that
basically-
chair right now, you'd
So
be
basically, if it
facing
falls
upside down and
over-
backwards.
So basically, if it maybe it has a gyroscope. No, it doesn't. Anyways,
Oh, okay. The backrest becomes the butt rest, maybe. No, it doesn't. He just so I guess in remote control mode you can make it into a dog, and that could make sense, maybe like for transporting
That's-
it or you
that's
like
interesting.
rendezvous with
Because
it.
if it falls over, it can just reorient itself.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I can see a more complex design having a rotating cockpit like the core fighter rotates in the Gundam.
I mean, you know what I do? I just make like a ball with suction cups all over it.
Mm-hmm.
And now you can move anywhere you want.
Boop, 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 boop. Yeah.
Like a giant ball
Well-
with tons of suction cups around. Now you can't fall over because it can orient itself anyway.
That reminds me of this is
know
these
those
are the
toys?
mobile. This is a real life version of the mech from Victory Gundam.
Where?
Right here. See, look, the tires. That was basically the enemy in Victory Gundam. In fact, I think they're playing this song. Stand up to the.
That's nice, but why are they Dark Souls rolling?
Stand up to the victory. Okay.
Why are they doing Dark Souls dodge rolls though?
I want to see. I'm gonna. Here we go. Okay, good. I don't have to play a video from Gundam because I don't want to play Sunrise. Oh, okay. We're gonna pause it there. So there you go. There's the wheel. There's the freaking missile pod, and there's the mech. So the mech goes inside this wheel, and there's actually a beam shield on either side of the tire, which is actually pretty smart. But this is all because Tomino was forced by Bandai to make designs that they could sell as toys.
Yep.
Oh no, leaked action of the live action. Oh, we're back to the live action again. But that's what you're seeing there, basically. I wonder if I get a, what do they call, Gundam Tires Zanskar model kit. Do they sell a model kit of that? Like I don't think they ever made it. So they forced the designs to be this way. And I don't even know if you could buy the fucking model kit of that. Like, you can buy the mobile suit, sure.
Super
But who cares about mobile suits if they're not Zaku's or Gundams? Like, I might as well buy Transformers at this rate. But jokes aside, here we go. That's the beam shield right there. Because remember, in late Gundam, after Gundam F91 and after, they had the beam shield, which was actually pretty cool because it looked nice in the Gundam F91 movie, which was supposed to be a series, but they ended up making it into like a little movie basically, and they copied the Star Wars Imperial theme. Like when you're watching that movie here, dun, dun, da, 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 and then like the tune just goes off a little bit, so it's not the Star Wars song. It's pretty funny, but the beam shields are cool because in Victory Gundam they really leverage it where you can have it where, like, if you're holding the shield too close to your mobile suit, it'll automatically shrink that part of the shield so it doesn't slice you in half. Because it's basically like a beam saber. It's got the same technology. It's got the eye field and the Minovsky particles that can cut things. And if you want to make the shield larger in a certain area or spread it out more widely, you could do that too. So definitely like, an interesting thing versus a regular shield. And that's why in a lot of the model kits, you'll see like some protrusion. In fact, I still got to build this one. I have, I might just like drop whatever I've been building and just build this one because like I have two of these. I have the space type and the ground type. So you can see this thing on the arm. That is the beam shield emitter right there. And I don't know if I want to paint it because like painting is the most like, complicated part of that building model kits thing. It's like, it depends on what I'm working on, I guess. But I think I would do this without painting it so I can get it done quicker. And I don't know. It's a mixed bag, pros and cons to everything, right? I get so envious when I see people's work, though. Like, the Gundam marker paint gun is cool, but it's a waste of paint. Like, just when you're tuning it and you're getting that test spray out, by the time you're done testing it out, it's like you've already burned through half the fucking marker, basically. And then if it starts clogging on you again, you're wasting ink from the Gundam markers. So, I don't know. Like, I might just get a real airbrusher again. It's just that, like, I can't really get an air compressor right now. It's like, I'd have to get, like, one of the cosmetic ones. So, I think you need to get paint retarder and paint thinner. And you mix it a certain way. And then it doesn't clog. So I don't know. It might do that. And then the Victory Gundam, I have the one I would definitely not paint is the Assault Buster V2. So this one has a beam shield that actually separates into parts, and then it makes a triangular beam shield around the Gundam. So it's like the pinnacle of Gundam beam shields, basically.
Pretty sure that's featured in the PS1 game.
Yeah, probably. I think it is. Yeah. And one of the ones where you could do different generations of Gundam or whatever.
Char's counterattack.
Oh no, I don't think the V2 is in there, but they do have something similar. I think in the Char's counterattack, multi shield. I think what they do have is the Suzabi. I think has some interesting stuff in it, if I remember correctly, but it has the funnels. So that's the thing. The Victory 2 Assault Buster, it has like. It doesn't have the shield acts like funnels, but it's a shield. It's not funnels. But where the Suzabi and the new Gundam, they do.
Yeah, I think that's what one of the Gundams uses in Char's counterattack PS1. That's your super, basically.
They wouldn't have a Victory Gundam there, but they made
a funnel shield around you, and you can use your bazooka while inside it without evading.
See if I can find an example of it. I know like the funnel is usually with the SICOM new system. They can maneuver and surround an enemy and
but
shoot
I can show
things
you real quickly. Like I have the game and I've already beaten it, so I can just show you real quickly what I mean.
Oh, I mean, if you know what you're looking for quickly, yeah.
Alright.
I'll get ready to pack up soon anyway, because I'm going to leave the house in about 10, 15, probably more like 20 minutes from now, but 15 minutes from now. I don't know, about 10 minutes from now.
Okay.
I'm looking for I lost my Discord window. Okay, I found Discord. Oh yeah, so I'm working on my mute button, so when I hit mute...
Ta-da!
So whenever I mute and I don't know I'm on mute, I can see it on my screen.
Fair.
The mute button is janky. Like it says I'm on mute now. It's supposed to not say that. There we go. I fixed it. Oh, damn it. Go away. Okay, there. We got it now. Yeah, I got to tweak that button. All right. Wait, where did I put the freaking Discord window? I got such ADD. Yeah. Okay, I got it.
You want me to show it on Discord?
As long as I can see it on your stream, I got your stream up here. I see it now.
Right. Now, which one of these? You hyper bazooka? No. This one? Nope. This one? Nope. There we go.
The Zeong? Oh! The Zeong has that capability? The Zong. I think they pronounce it Zong, but I always...
Oh, here it is. Not sure if it's this one
say
or
Zeong
this one.
because, but I guess in Japan the E doesn't get pronounced for some reason. See here.
Let's see.
I thought I saw a V there. Did I just see the word V Gundam? No, it's New Gundam. I always mixed up the
No, it's a V Gundam.
It is a V Gundam? Okay. Okay, that's New Gundam, and that's the zombie. Hey, what's up, Renee? And Greg. Oh, yeah, I said hi to Greg. It's really awesome. I think when I get home, I'm gonna play that other Gundam game I downloaded a few weeks ago, the one where you're in the mobile suit in Australia.
Watch when I get my super up.
I got you on full
Gonna
screen
use
here
it.
watching. What is it? It looks like you've already deployed your funnels, so
Nope,
those
I
things are
have not
maneuvering
yet.
all over.
I
Oh,
have
you're
not-
not? Okay, there's a. You just don't have funnels then. Because like, normally the funnels
I
are mounted
do.
to the back.
I do. Watch.
They just hide them.
There you go.
Yeah, there's a funnels.
What?
The V
Rabbit.
Gundam, like when the funnels are not deployed, the V Gundam looks so like it's a unique
What?
design. Because the funnels are kind of hanging up on a mount on the back.
There you go. See? This is the exact shield that
Oh.
you mentioned.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. It's exact. I didn't know I did that. Oh, yeah, it's just like the V Gundam. Okay.
This is the V Gundam, though. It's literally
that's
called
not-
it's called a V Gundam. Literally.
Okay, so now I gotta. I gotta. Because it looks like a new Gundam, and new.
It's literally
seminal
called a V
feature
Gundam, though.
by- Oh, I guess apparently they call RX-93 V Gundam. That's so weird. Reggie, I need you. I'm calling Reggie on this one here. He
There's
needs to
the
help me out
funnels.
here. I'm gonna consult Reggie because he needs to tell me what's going on here. I mean, you showed me what's going on, but I need Reggie to consult.
I'm gonna slice him in half.
Hey Reggie, I was telling my friend Elle about the RX.
Yeah.
I forgot the number, but the Mobile Suit Victory Gundam, in particular the Assault Buster Victory Gundam, which has the multi-point beam shield that surrounds the pilot, surrounds the mobile suit. It's similar to funnels, but it's just a shield. She mentioned another V Gundam, and it's actually called V Gundam apparently, but I always thought it was called New Gundam, where it's like a letter N and U, and it's written with like a slightly different lettering font. So I Google it, and I do find it is an RX-93 V Gundam, but it's using a letter V that's not, I couldn't even copy and paste in the chat GPT. It's like a symbol. And I'm just confused how this V Gundam differs from the Victory Gundam. The Victory Gundam is nicknamed the V Gundam, but that's really just to abbreviate the pronunciation of victory. So, one, I know about the funnels on the new Gundam, RX-93, what I call RX-93 New Gundam, and that's NU with like funny letters, like they look like the letter N and maybe the micro symbol or micron symbol. I'm not really sure. But this one is called a V Gundam. Is the V Gundam in the case of what Armor Pilots different than the new Gundam, or is RX-93 New Gundam and Victory Gundam? I mean not Victory. Is RX-93 New Gundam and RX-93 V Gundam, are they synonymous with each other? Because I know they're certainly not the Victory Gundam or the Assault Buster V2 Victory Gundam, for instance. Oh, that's a key thing too. Yes, the other one I'm talking about is the V2 Victory Gundam. But I digress. But can you help clear this up a little bit for me, Reg? Thanks, Reggie. Oh yeah, in short, Babylon 5 episode I was mentioning is called Mind War. It's basically when they have psychic people in Babylon 5 who can read minds, telepaths. And the way humanity handles it is you have to be like basically trained and certified, and then you become a commercial telepath with a rating number. And companies will use them if they
I'm
want
not using it
someone
yet.
to,
Watch.
Oh, okay.
Yay!
If you're doing a business negotiation, you can use the telepath to tell if the other guy is lying to you, basically. Oh wow. It looks a little hollow, but I guess it still works. It looks like the beams are acting like a shield, but like I don't see anything in between the beams. But I mean, I'm sure it's still doing it.
This one is overpowered. This mobile suit is overpowered.
Hey, why isn't Reggie's voice coming out? Oh, Oh, I see. Reggie's audio defaults to streams. Okay, we'll fix that for you, Reggie. I got you, Reggie.
Reggie
Gundam
here.
naming departments
You're not
apparently
crazy.
saw.
Whoa.
Reggie here. You are not crazy. The RX-93 Gundam is the new Gundam, piloted by Amuro Ray in Char's counterattack. So, RX-93 Gundam, Amuro's new Gundam. This is the one from Char's counterattack. Officially, it uses the Greek letter, meaning new. It was designed and piloted by Amuro Ray. That is the conductor's report. It is not a new V Gundam. It is the new Gundam wearing a Greek letter disguise. LN-312F'er. That one is associated with USO UN, not Amuro. So, Gundam New Gundam, RX-93, Amuro, UC, 93 Vindam Victory Gundam, LM-312-4, USO, USC 153. They are not the same suit. LM-314 Base 21 V2 Gundam, an Assault Buster. That is the one you are thinking of with the more elaborate defensive systems, including the beam shield and mega beam shield style equipment. It is not related to Amuro's RX-93, except in the broad sense of later Universal Century Gundam technology. Got ridiculous, as scheduled. RX-93, Victory Gundam and V2 Assault Buster Gundam are separate machines from a later series. Gundam naming departments apparently saw the future of internet search confusion and said, ICE, deploy it, end of line. 1.
Okay. I don't know why you ended it with 1. Oh, I see the reference. But yeah, so okay, that answers my question. Basically, short answer is new Gundam. So you apparently the letter V that you're looking at is hey Reggie, that letter V that represents the word new in Greek, is that pronounced, how is that pronounced in Greek? Like, why is it a V? Okay, so Greek lowercase new.
Dead. He dead.
Greek capital new, looks like N Greek lowercase new, looks like VV Latin
Ooh,
lowercase v.
nice.
Totally different character for Gundam purposes. Not Victory Gundam, not V Gundam. It is the Greek letter Gundam, Amuro's machine.
Easy.
But, you know, how is it pronounced, Reggie? Like, what's the, I mean, what's the origin of that?
The letter is Greek lowercase new. In English, especially in science and Gundam model kitland, we usually say, in Greek, it depends on period, ancient Greek name. Pronounced more like ni, the actual letter sound is just N,
This
like the N
unfinished
in night.
model.
Okay, well now I know.
Is the unfinished mobile suit. Only has half a body.
Yeah, right? That was always, well, you know, the legs are only there for the grass. That's what he said when Shaw got into the mobile suit. He's like, oh, no legs. He's like, oh, you know, that's not important. Only the brass care about that shit. And I guess that makes sense for space combat, although mobile suits in Gundam have AMBAC, active mass balancing system, or something like that. And basically what AMBAC does is when you turn like your leg, it can like counter your weight. So let's say you're firing a gun or something like that, it can help deal with the recoil by moving the legs like to counter that force. You know, like almost like gyroscopic, but you're using like arms and legs to kind of like, you know, counter the movements that you're doing in other ways. Or if you want to, let's say like you want to dodge a bullet, instead of using thrusters, or along with using your thrusters, you might use the active mass balancing system to like shift your weight, and then by shifting a significant part of your mass, like your leg in one direction, the rest of the body moves in the opposite direction. So the computer in the mobile suit will make you turn using your limbs without you actively telling the limbs what to do. The limbs will automatically move to do that. But yeah, I guess there's something you might even see in the movie, and I just don't remember seeing it in the movie Char's Counterattack. But when I watch it again, I'll see it. And I'll tell you, the movie Char's Counterattack hits harder if you ever see the series Double Zeta Gundam, because like when people die, you're like, okay, who cares if this person died? But then when you find out why the guy is more upset that this person died, you remember, oh, I remember that character. You're like, oh, Astonage. Yes, Astonage was the main guy in the show. No wonder we care about him dying. Like, you know, but when you watch Char's Counterattack without watching Double Zeta Gundam, a lot of these deaths just don't hit the same way because you're not invested in them the same way.
I mean, I was never invested in the Universal Century characters, so I don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm just saying that, like, at least you would, like, what I'm getting at is, like, if you see, I'm not saying you have to watch Double Zeta Gundam to enjoy the movie, but as a Gundam fan, yes, I do, because, like, you know, like, but even if, like, I wasn't a Gundam fan, I would at least understand, like, why it matters that someone dies. I'd be like, oh, yes, that was that guy who was a big staple during the Neo-Zeon War, whatever they called it.
I've seen the Universal Century up to Double Zeta. I don't really care.
Well, you already saw Double Zeta, so did you ever see Char's Counterattack?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Then you've seen everything. Then you've seen all the stuff that matters.
Yeah, I mean, I've even seen the newer Universal Century shorts. I mean, one-shots.
Yeah,
like the
I remember
OVAs.
those. Yeah, the like Gundam Evolved and stuff like that.
That's the way.
Oh, that too. Oh, yeah. Okay, so, but you didn't see F91. Well, F91 comes after halfway, so it doesn't really matter. So you're pretty up to date, like on
Yeah,
the
I'm
parts
just
of the
not a
Universal
fan.
Century that people care about. Yeah. I get it. But yeah, so bottom line is, in conclusion, before I jump out, the Babylon 5 episode, the first one that came to mind is called Mind War. And like I told you about the telepaths, there's commercial with telepaths, and other species have telepaths, and some of them handle it a little differently. But in humanity, you get a choice if you're a telepath. You can either, you know, go and become part of the Psi Corps, and then they train you to, like, not read people's minds by accident, and, you know, to, like, and they figure out if you're, like, a good telepath and if you could be used as a weapon, basically.
Is this the same unit?
And then if you...
I think it's the same model. Yes, it is.
Yeah, clones. We'll call him Full Frontal Armor Red. But like, you know, basically you got a choice when they find out you're a telepath. You can either go to the Psi Corps school and become trained, or you could be given medications that block your telepathic abilities. But the medications have side effects, of course. And so one of the characters' mom, she basically, like, you know, gets really depressed because of that. It goes south for her. So one of the main characters on the show really doesn't like the Psi Corps at all. When they show up in the station, they have like extra constitutional powers basically to do certain things, and it's like, you know, it's like one of those things like Who Watches the Watchmen. So that episode kind of covers a little bit of that concept, Who Watches the Watchmen, basically. And you see, like, it's a little schlocky in the beginning of how it's handled, but on the whole, I think it's a narrative that's worth having there.
You've read the Watchmen?
That, nah. Oh, the comic book, no, but I did see the movie. I was saying Who Watches the Watchmen as the general analogy, like, you know, the term, you know, when people say Who Watches the Watchmen, but that figure of speech. But no, I did see the movie The Watchmen.
I mean, the movie is pretty close to the comic, so.
And I enjoyed that movie. I just like I came into that movie in a total vacuum of the comic book lore, but I just love the way that movie starts with, like, Nixon gets a third term, and he asks Dr. Manhattan to help win the Vietnam War, and then you have that scene where Dr. Manhattan is like fucking like 50 feet tall. He's like zapping lightning bolts and blowing up Viet Cong and doing all this crazy shit, and then, you know, the dystopian stuff that you know follows.
I'm not sure if it's explained if it's explained properly in the movie, but basically Dr. Manhattan is a reality warper. He can do anything he wants.
Well, they gotta demonstrate that, like, at first you just think he's got weird superpowers, but as the movie goes on, you start to see he's like obscenely powerful, and yet it becomes pretty clear, even without them outlining it, that he can warp reality to his will. And I'm trying to understand, like, what is your read on Dr. Manhattan? Did he become evil at the end, like, because power, like he had too much power?
Evil. I mean, he was never evil. It's just that this is he believes that Adrian Veidt, or what's his name, Ozymandias, actually has the right idea on how to save humanity.
Well, this is something that maybe sometime we could dive into, but I just realized I better get on my bike right now and get to the barbershop. But
Later,
thank you
Ronnie.
very much for having me.
Bye-bye. I'm gonna destroy this guy.
And thank you for Godspeed in destroying this guy, the other Armoro, FF God apparently. And good seeing you, Crack Dealer, Renee, Ceruleon, and Snow Shepherd if you're still here. Great seeing you too. And
Get destroyed by my funnels. Yes, good.
as well as Carlos and Hitori Yumi. You guys have a great day, and
Later,
I'm out of
Ronnie.
here.
Dead. Everyone dead. This model is overpowered. Nothing can stop it. Absolutely nothing, I tell you. Oh no, it's the basic model. What's it trying to do? I think they're trying to do. You're obsolete. Dead. And so that's how Amuro Ray died. The end. Next is Quattro Magina, who, by the way, is just Char. He decided it would be nice to have a new name for a new series, Gundam Zeta. Too bad his mobile suit is just a modified Mark II. Gotcha. Who is my next victim?
前たちと一緒に戦った男がなんで
Why do we need to fight? Etc. Oh, I killed everyone? I guess I did. There are the funnels on his back, by the way. Right there.
New Gundam は伊達じゃない
There you go. He called it a new Gundam. So Ronnie was right. But the stylish way is to use the weakest mobile suit. Where's the Zaku? He's just a Zaku boy. Just a Zaku. But, you know, I am the red comet or something. I mean, I have options. I have options. The weakest mobile suit in the game, by the way. It's okay, we got options. That one is one of the stronger ones. I told you I have options. Yay!
私に勝てると思ったのか。
It's all about managing what you have. Working with the tools you have. Alright, this should be a fairly even match. Which means I'm still weaker. This is literally the new Gundam. There should be no conceivable way I could win this. My shield! Die! Die! There should be no conceivable way I could win that. But, you know, CPU is stupid.
貴様に負けるわけにはいかんのだ。
CPU kinda stupid. Alright, what we got? It's this thing. It's the half-finished mobile suit. Evasive maneuvers. This Zaku gonna kill everyone. Next. What this? Is Amuro. Oh, this should be more evenly matched. He still has the better weapons than me. Combo. From long range.
認めたくないものだな。自分自身の若さゆえの過ちというものを。
Okay. What this? That's no Zaku. Oh, it is a Zaku. Oh, no, it's not. Dead. Took your Game Boy out of your bike bag. Should have brought it with you. You could just use your phone. Or, you know, an R36S or something similar would work. Hey! Gotcha! I don't gotcha. Ouch! Ah! Ah! Take this! I got him. I'm using a Zaku.
貴様に負けるわけにはいかんのだ。
Who's next? Oh, now it's a Zaku fight. Wait. Is that a Zaku? Yes, it is. Well, that guy was weak. That shows you how durable these Zakus are.
認めたくないものだな。自分自身の若
Now then, what we got? It's Quattro Vagina, who is still Char. I already said that. Ouch! Bruh! Yeah! Yeah! I got bazooka. Let's see if we can survive this. Got him. That was a close one. This guy does a whole lot of damage. Next. Oh, I killed everyone. Never mind. Okay. That is BS. There's no way machine gun fire could just... There's no way machine gun fire could destroy like a capital ship like that.
私はこの戦いで5隻の戦艦をし、赤い彗星と呼ばれるようになる。
That's impossible. It would scratch the paint. Anyways, it's also impossible for a Zaku to win versus most of those, which is fine. Okay. Let's get back to the schedule. VN Dev. We're done with the VN Dev. On Monday. I guess I'll do commission work on Monday. I have a commission to draw the Nobeta. Saturday TBA. If it works out, we'll do. By the way, tomorrow we'll do the drawing thing. But you guys need to let me know in the community post what we should be doing. For now, let's say TBA, TBA. Now then. Thursday. The culture dagger thing. Okay, I have lots of free space. Maybe we'll do a VTuber radio on Monday. Yeah, VTuber radio to start the week. Good idea. We'll do commission work and then talk with DJ Ronnie on Thursday. And that will do. Yep. I'm glad Bessie did not mention the details on this. I think that'll do. Okay, done with the schedule thing. Let's play some Dark Souls. I don't know why. I just want to. So on this run of Dark Souls, I need something to increase the number of souls I get. Apparently this game prides itself on being hard. No, it's not. Oh, I know. The wyvern or whatever. The dragon thing is a wyvern. I think it's still alive. It's time to unalive it. On this run, current goal is to unalive a wyvern. Let's go. Oh, might as well level up. I'll warp here because I want to unalive a wyvern. Which should be right over here. Here I am with my ugly armor and my ugly little sword. Oh, yeah, I should get the straight sword here. Or the long sword. Balder long sword, whatever. I know, maybe I'll get it the first time. From these guys here. Sloppy. Sloppy and I don't care. Now, how do I unalive that wyvern? What up, Paris? He's really not there. Elle-C. Let's see if the wyvern is there so I can unalive it. Why is it not showing up? What is that? Let's see if he's back. the fudge is he? I forgot I skipped the depths. Maybe I should go there. Right of kindling, etc. Down we go. What's a snap? Some dogs over here. I guess a large ember is useful. Big rat. Titanite shard. How useful. everything is interconnected. Humanity. I'm hollowed? Okay. I don't remember dying. Later hours. Almost got cursed there. I have no idea where to go. This place always confuses me. everything looks the same to me. And this is why I hate this place. Might be a turn here somewhere that I'm missing. Hiker. Biker. Here we are. Finally found you. It's a demon thingy. Very scary. Very scary indeed. Wasn't there something at the edge there? Oh, good armor set. Ah, yes, of course, certain death. Lovely. Oh, my work here is done. Let us never speak of this place again. now then. What am I even collecting these embers for anyway? It requires twinkling. We can safely ignore these guys. They're too slow to catch up. Here we are, this place is open now. Let's make lechon out of this one. I got nothing. Should be another one. Yeah. Rainbow helm. What's that for? Got no idea, but apparently we should kill this guy here. Up we go. He's dancing. Come here. Well, that was the thing, I guess. The twinkling. Could go somewhere else. Meh, this place ain't worth it. Oh, it's 5:19. Time flies. absorbed to Firelink. Guess my intelligence must be around 14, 15. I didn't realize I had one of these. And where'd I even get this great sword from? Oh, I'm bored. So, that's quite enough of that. I'll be back tomorrow with some drawing stuff. Yes. What up, Mike? That said, thank you guys so much for watching. This has been X, my bestie Lexus, and we're out here. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.